we should now be live. Hello everybody, sorry. I was just finishing off dinner. Let me just make sure everything is working correctly. I think that it is. How are we all doing? The few of you are here, who are here anyway. Hello Daniel. So, literally all we are going to be doing today is modular building. That's literally all we're doing. I have a few things I want to build on stream today. We'll see how much we get done. I'm also hoping that throughout this stream I can sort of give you guys some tips and tricks on how to improve your own modular building if you are new to the system. So that's the point of today. Hello there, Basti. Hello, chat. I have had a fairly chill day, to be honest. Much needed. So, let's get going, and I have a tip for you right away. If you do want to modularly build anything, open a square map and do it here. Especially if you want to build something in preparation for something you're already got in mind. You know, building it on a campaign map or sandbox map, you know, something that's already full of distractions and animals that are going to get in the way, that sort of thing. It's just going to be awkward. So, you know, load into a square map, build it in a square map. I've just gone with the tropical one because it was the first one on the list. So today I want to get started on making, as the thumbnail suggests, so this was a prototype of something I made quite briefly, but I want to make like a proper version that I want to upload to the workshop. So that's what we're going to start with. Now, I quite like using this, but I did want there to be water involved. So I'm thinking I might replace the gravel with water instead, or at least see how it looks. Oh, and this is another tip for you folks. If you think you're going to use something often, like I think I'm going to use something like this often, or something like this, or if I go to my power plant, I have a feeling I'm going to be needing to use these solar panels and stuff quite a bit. Build them as separate pieces and then save them as blueprints, and then you can call upon them anytime you want to make something with them. So, I actually just want to have a look. So I know that there are fountain pieces. So I suppose these would work if I wanted to add some water to it. So let's just get rid of all the gravel that's in here. There we go. Quick tip for you, if you don't know, if you hold down shift and you keep clicking, you can select multiple objects and move them all at once. Now I don't really like the inside of this anyway, but it's fine because we're going to get rid of it with the water pieces. So I'm thinking, let's start with the biggest one that they offer, first of all. And we're going to start there. We're going to put one down. We're going to make sure it's at a reasonable position. It's a little, scoot it in just a little bit. There we go. That's fine. think I would rather have that a little higher up. I think that's acceptable. Right, next tip. The duplicate button is your friend. Use duplicate as much as you can. Shift and move. Shift and move. Clicking places the object down where you want it. Just gonna hopefully shift that one a little bit. No, I'm not gonna be able to. It's okay, I don't mind there being a little bit of a gap. And then what we can do is go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Confirm that selection and duplicate. And duplicate. There we go. And we have pretty much filled the space. We're just going to grab this one and we're going to go down here. So if you don't know what all these tools do, so this one is just a straight up move it all around wherever you want. It's like the free move tool from Kyodenic. This one is your advanced move left, right, up and down. And then this one is your rotation in all 3 axes. And this one is your make bigger and smaller. But all we want to do with this one is we want to, whoops, not do that. If you do something accidental, you've always got undo, or you can just hit escape. I tend to hit escape. So I want to switch this one. Now down here, I'm going to switch it to global. So that means anytime you make a change rotationally, it matches the rest of the map. And we're going to hit the angle snap to 45 degrees. So this means when I rotate, it's going to snap to 45 degree angles. And that way I know for a fact it's rotated just enough. There we go. And I'm still on duplicate, so needs to go in just a smidge more and probably go a little that way, not too much that way. That'll do. There we go, and I think we need maybe one more over here just to fill in that gap. One more over there. One more there. One more there. And now we have a nice fountain. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all this with the multi-select tool. It confirms it's got all of the objects. I'm going to create group, which groups them all together. And then I'm going to save this as water-filled large planter. So now anytime I want to use this, I can just go into scenery and blueprints, and it will always be there, you see? So if I want to attach something like this to a different building, say a hotel or an amenity or anything like that, I can grab it easily from my blueprints. The music is loud. Okay, I will turn the music down slightly. What are we making today, Says Tumbleweed? Well, I'll just show folks again so they know what we are doing is This was a prototype of something I made on Wednesday, but I want to remake this as a version I'm going to put on the workshop. So we are remaking it. In fact, what I'm going to do, and this is something I suggest all of you do, is I'm going to put this here so I know kind of what I did before, so I can refer back to it. And actually, that's something I suggest you do, especially if you're building buildings. So when I was building my power plant, I actually had... where is it? I had the Din vet building next to it. So what I could do is when I was building it, refer back to that building to see how they designed their top. So you can see the roof is the same and the same coloration as well. I've matched the coloring of the metal on the tops. Used similar sort of design decorations on the top. Used the same antenna arrays. Used the same, gantry coloring. So if you are building something for a particular design style, build a normal building next to it that's already been built and use that to refer back to. So this one, do we want to change the color? I mean, I want this to be something that you could, say, put in any park. So I think a neutral color like this white works quite well. So I'm not going to do anything to that color-wise. We are going to get, however, the Indorex. There it is. So we'll work on this being the front of the fountain. And we're going to place it... I think a little bit higher up. Do you want to go a bit lower? I do want some of the rock to be visible. Yep, and I think what we'll do is we'll rotate it slightly. Going to turn the angle snap off just so we can do a bit of free rotation here. We're going to just move it ever so slightly. I think that's in a good position. My mother is also a fan of the franchise. She takes tips from Eva on how to build parks. She was mad earlier today on how ugly they made the baby Dimorphodon. Dimorphodon in Jurassic World's Dimorphodon is ugly in its entirety. I mean, I absolutely despise that. Now, these rocks, again, I want to go with a fairly neutral color. I mean, you could try to make them, look sandstony or something like that. But I want to go with something that's kind of neutral, that works throughout the park. I used black initially, and I think the black looks rather good, personally. So I'm going to stick with the black. Now, I think what I want to do is put in a few rocks here. So what we will do is we'll use the biome dynamic rocks. So these rocks will change color regarding the environment. And I don't want too many, I just want enough. Or maybe we should use black. I mean, maybe we should use black rocks to match. Actually, that makes more sense. Do we have some naturally black rocks? Doesn't look like it, so... Can we change the color of these rocks? No, we cannot. That's a bit disappointing that we can't change the rock color. tropical rocks are all brown. Oh, whoops. This is something you do have to make sure you're doing. Always make sure you're in editing group mode. Okay, well in that case what we'll do is we'll stick with the original plan, which is to use rocks that will naturally change colour with the environment. And I think what I want is one kind of here. I think I want it to be a little bit lower than that. Got a little bit of rotation you can put on that. Yeah. Then I think I want to put one kind of over here. It's quite a big space here. We'll rotate this one quite a bit. Move that there. And I think maybe one more in this corner here. But what we'll do is we'll switch to a slightly different rock though. One of the criticisms I do have of the game at the moment is the rocks are all very large. They don't really have any options for like smaller rocks. So to make like small rocks, you have to bury larger ones quite a lot into the ground. I think we'll use one of those over here as well. There we go. I was so mad after they removed the build limits for the entrance, meaning you can't build different entrances on the new island generator or make a completely separate exhibit from the main entrance. That does seem like a bit of a backwards move. Right. Do I want to add some amber in? What do you folks think? Since this is obviously, this is going to go on the workshop, do we think some amber stones in here will help with the look? Or not? Because there's going to be plants in here too, but do you think some amber will improve? One or two. Okay, let's have maybe we could have like, have we got a larger one? I want kind of I'm thinking kind of one that has a relatively flat surface. Well, I think the original just worked fine. Let's have like one under the claws. So it's kind of holding. See, we can like shrink one or two of these down into the ground. There you go. So it's like it's holding on to the amber that made it, as it were. And maybe we could put like a brick or two around. Not too much, just a few to add a little bit of interest to the fountain. Yeah, I think that works. Can you check out blueprints we made? So Dinosaur King, that's going to be... Like, I have some, like, weekly video ideas I want to do. Looking at some people's workshop items is one of those types of thing I want to do. That'll probably start next week. So, you know, feel free to build stuff, put it on the workshop, and have me review it if you're willing to have me review it, of course. Also kind of mad they made lagoons even more useless by allowing 7 base game aquatics and excluded my favourites. Yeah, my thoughts on the lagoons will be relevant when it comes to reviewing this game. Now then. Creating the aquatic vegetation. There are some specifically aquatic plants located in the flowers bit. The problem with most of these is they're designed for the lagoons, so they don't really work very well as pond plants, which is why I tend to prefer going with stuff like this, which might not be a pond plant, but it can work like a pond plant. You know, I know this is aloe vera, but it works just as well as a water flower if you want it to. This stuff as well, the sea lettuce, this is a reasonably good aquatic plant as well. I'm just wondering, do we want a larger... There's some mangroves in here somewhere, right? Yeah, see, it's kind of overbearing, I feel. So I think we will just stick to using smaller plants. So we're going to start with these red ones, and I think these orange ones and these purple ones. But I'm gonna shrink all of these down to their smallest sizes. And we'll start with the red ones. So we're going to duplicate. And that's another tip for you. If you know you're going to be using lots of plants, just stick 1 or 2 out, the ones you're going to use, and then just use the duplicate button to go get them. So we're going to plant most of the vegetation around the stones. Key to good vegetation planting is to think, you know, imagine you're making this for real. Where would you actually plant the stuff so you can make sure it grows? Making sure, you know, against rocks in little nooks and crannies. Try not to be too symmetrical with it. Symmetry is the enemy of good-looking planting. If it's too symmetrical, it just doesn't look realistic. You want to make it look... Yeah, reasonably happy with that. Especially the Titan Arum. Yeah, that huge Titan Arum is like, what the hell is that doing there? Although it does mean that one of like the big projects I want to do for the workshop is a greenhouse or like a botanical garden. But that's like it's something that's probably going to take me a week or so to build. It's going to be a major project, so... We could probably have one of these over there. What's going on there? Global rotation, please. It's very important when doing stuff like this that you layer your vegetation. Stuff grows over each other, grows on top of one another, so... Let's put one of you there. Let's put one of you in the middle here. Nice and colourful, I think. Oops. No, I want to... Now we want to pick something that we can use to kind of cover space. Something like a nice bush of some description. That's too big, though. And nettles don't really work. How small can I make these? Maybe. These might work. It's a nice-ish. They're just a bit... They're not thick enough. They've got too much room between them. I want something thicker than that. The new flyer with the tongue twister name is basically Tepajara. Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed with the new flyer, if I'm honest. I just think they haven't been interesting with the new species, I don't feel. A lot of them are kind of tired, predictable ones that you would imagine. I mean, Protoceratops, I kind of feel should have been in the game already. Like, I'm surprised that we've only just had it introduced. I mean, that again feels like it's going to be too thick. Maybe something like this might work, if they had one that's relatively flat on top. No, what? That was weird. Not that one. That's a little better. Just something to sort of cover some space. Okay, let's get some of those sea lettuces in. So we can use these sort of... add some more greenery. I want to try and leave the clumps of amber clear. That way they stand out a bit more. I think we kind of need one more of these clumps. Oh, it looks like we've got a rock sticking out there. I need to shift that in slightly. It's always worthwhile having a quick look around to just double check there's nothing odd is going on. Ah, like the sides of these are actually sticking through. Oh, poo. Did not notice. Does that mean they're like that on the other side? No, the other side, more or less, it's fine. That was weird then. I wonder how that happened. Right. What next? I wouldn't be against putting something large in. I don't know. I think in terms of plants, I think I'm actually... Maybe... Where are those? Was it tropical mixed flowers? Oh, sorry. Okay, they can go really small. Okay. Can add a few of these. Just to add a bit more texture to some of these empty spaces we've got going on here. What else can we expect from Frontier? Yeah, that's true. A lot of the other iconic species have already been added to the game. Although that then raises the question of why there are some really iconic species like Platysaurus and Argentinosaurus that have been ignored for so long. We can change the color. Nothing. You can't change the color of the gravel. That is a disappointment. Because if I could, I would have the gravel black or something, just to make all this stand out more. Right, now I want to just go through prop-wise and just see if there's anything I just want to add. These are quite nice. What do we think? Do you think it's too much? If I put one in each corner? Too much? Or does that add a certain something? I could put some... Still good, do we think? Okay. Like I say, this is going on the workshop, so once it's done... Giving me some ideas for a future thing to do. Let's see. Nothing. No. These, no. Okay. Nothing more in rocks. I think someone said put some big plants in the corner. Where did I just see? Tumbleweed suggested that. The problem is... Yeah, I actually kind of think it looks better without anything in the corners apart from those raptors, so I think we're good on that. Have you got like some small stuff in a Jurassic World Evolution game? Probably not. Right, lighting. This is where we have to change the weather. No, not the weather. Right. I do want to add some lighting to this. Now, whether we go with... That works quite nicely, doesn't it? How do we change the color? Ah, that's the color of the lighting. What do we think? Do we want... I think we should leave the white lights on, and if people want to change the light colors, they can. If we put a light underneath each egg, that would light up things quite nicely. What about these smaller ones? I was thinking maybe something like moss or fungi on the skeleton. Oh. Quite like that idea, actually. Hang on, let me switch the time back to day. That's... let's see. Ivy? I mean, we could definitely try and put some, like, hanging ivy growing off stuff. Let's do a little test. Okay, so you cannot shrink the ivy down that much. We had some hanging from the... No, I don't think that works. Made that small. That's a lot smaller. Okay. What if we place one of those? You're gonna need to rotate it slightly to match the face. Something like that. Let's grab one of those. One of the annoying things about the modular building system is the highlight. Now you can change the highlight to have it either off or on. I do find it mostly helpful to leave it on, but so there are some instances where it can be very annoying. What was that I used? Wattle something. This wattle bush works quite nicely as like a... How is that? Does that look a little bedded in? Tumbleweed. Wondering if anyone knows why my guests aren't spawning in my park. The entrance is open and I've got dinosaurs and attractions. Do you have amenities, Archie? Because I think amenities is what spawns them. It looks good. Okay, so we can go back to figuring out the lighting now. And lighting is another one of those things. Again, if you're building stuff for the game, you do need to think about lighting. So again, if I bring out my solar power plant, you can see lighting-wise, there's lighting at the front door. I put some spotlights to highlight the logos on the side. And there's lighting at the back as well, highlighting some spotlights again. Some bigger lighting around the edges, over the doors, by the side doors. Lighting is important to think about if you want to make something really good. So, delete that. So, lights. I was kind of ooming and ahhing between which ones to use and where to put them. Those are too big and too bright. Sure, there's a flat one. Ooh, now I don't. And it's not very safe to have them at that height, but they would look really good in the corners as well as the fountains. Anyway, I think. I think some just... Okay, what do people think? Do we think lighting that's like directed, so pointed lighting like this? Or do we think sort of just ambient lighting that just kind of glows around it? Which do you think works better? So I think both work quite nicely. Although I think the shadows look better using these. Ambient. Kingy says ambient. Chad says the first one. Maybe choose a slightly duller color for the lights. I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh, we can make them a little grayer. But I think they look better brighter to us. Yeah, I think I prefer them brighter. Make them light blue. That does work quite nicely, actually. Okay, so let's just compare. So this is light blue directed. That does cast some nice shadows. And this is light blue ambient. I have 5-starred Montana. I 5-starred it yesterday. I think that looks really good. I really like how each of the different eggs the raptors are fountaining into is a different height. Just gives some different shadow effects going on. I think you might need one more, just kind of there. Just to illuminate the ribcage a bit more. Indominus be like, what are you doing to my skeleton? I'm curious whether we can get the amber to... And if the amber was actually translucent, that would look really nice, but... What about... What do you think about that? The red light in the raptor eggs there. Oh, hello, Evo. Looks good. All right. Then that's what we'll stick to with the lighting. Okay. Let's have a look through then and see if there's anything else you want to add. Bamboo? I don't think so. Doesn't really add anything. Copper? I don't think so. Did we want to add a few more bones to the skeleton? Maybe another claw grabbing the amber over here, maybe? Actually, I don't dislike that, actually. So you've got like 2 arms grabbing 2 sets of amber. I don't know though, I kind of like the fact that the claw at the front is the one grabbing the amber. So yeah, no, not that one. You could put a bone in its mouth. Oh, that's quite... Like... like that, do you mean? Let's, hang on, let's shrink it down a bit. Like that. That is hilarious. No, the big one was funny. Size matters. Evo. I mean, this is going on the workshop, so if people wanted to make the bone bigger, I suppose they could. I think we'll go with 1 at that size. I think that does kind of add a certain something. I don't think we need anything from in here. Nothing from there, nothing from there. I don't think we need to really add anything from here. Don't think that would do much for it. Nah. I'm just having a look through at the moment, just to see. I honestly don't think. I don't think there's anything else. That would really kind of improve this. So I'm inclined to say I'm happy with that as it is. I think that is just notice. Technically, the arm is hovering above ground. There we go. That's better. I think I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. There's the original prototype, which is fine. But I think this is much better. So, select it all. This is all together, yeah. And if I delete it, it will close, yep. So I know everything is... I know this is fine. Just to ensure on the facts. I'm going to create this as a blueprint. Go large whoops. Large fountain. Let's talk about everyone's favorite dinosaur documentary, Dinosaurs with Stephen Fry. Good God, no. Honestly, that... That's adorable. Very sweet. Oh, it's gone. I thought you said you couldn't put these together without glue.
You can.
So how is this together? Oh, you have glue. Ah. Sorry, I've been distracted by Dane. And Vietnam flashbacks. It's very cute. I need to make mine. The Stegosaurus, the Anomalocaris, and the...
Come one from...
Yeah.
Sorry,
Sorry, Dane was distracting me. One of the things I absolutely... And I still do this to this day. I do occasionally go back and watch Evo's video on it, because I just absolutely adore the fact that both me and her finally 100% agree on the quality of something. It was like our defining moment that we could finally completely 100% agree on how awful that show was. And just every single time she just says dinosaur with Stephen Fry. There are very few things in the world that piss me off as much as dinosaur with Stephen Fry. Yeah. I thought my review was harsh. But it is also nice to see my thumbnail from my video I did in Evo's video. Is it bad to say that? Okay. Technically it's for any theme, but you know. Ah, you got your tiramisu.
No, that's not what
Oh, you forgot. I'll have to send that to Eva after the stream. Could you turn the light on? I think that's fine. The tags. Your videos on that did really... They really did. It was like the first videos on the channel that did like properly well. Right, let's see if it's going to work this time. Because last time I tried this, it timed out on me and broke. Okay. There it is. So if anyone wants to use the thing we made today in the stream, there it is. Do go ahead and go grab it. Okay, so that took an hour. So, shall we have a go building? Someone in chat give me an idea. Whether it's a building type they'd like to see me build something for, or do another planter, or do another like plaza statue or something. I don't mind. Someone give me ideas in chat. A bridge? Oh, I don't think we need bridges. Hatchery, says Dinosaur King. Hatchery. That's an interesting idea, hatchery. Seating area, restaurant. Custom aviary. What do they... I don't even know what, so... Custom design. Okay. I see. And then... I do kind of like the idea of having a hatchery on the side as opposed to the back. But then putting it on the side does put it at risk of being a bit too close to people. So let's keep with it being at the back. Okay. I think I want to build... Because as far as I'm aware, the only hatchery styles we have are Jurassic Park and Jurassic World. So I think it makes sense that we build a din style one, since that's the one I'm working on. So I think I kind of want to do a similar style where we have an upper and lower floor on this building. Like really, I'm not like full on copy this, but basically use something very, very close to this. But I don't want it to be... How big is... So the standard one is... So we're going to make this a little bit smaller. And I quite like the idea of having something on the sides to just kind of fully enclose this. Okay. No, 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 no. No, no, no. We want to edit the group. Okay. So, first thing I'm going to do for the building is we want to put the flattening foundations on. So these will automatically flatten terrain around the building, like the buildings currently already do. And I'm going to give them... How much of a foundation have they got there? Quite a bit. And we're going to have quite a bit of building around this, aren't we? So just kind of using this just to get a feel for where I want the building to go. You realise this is going to take time. I might not even get it done by the time the stream ends. We'll have to see. I think if we have... So where the fence joins onto them, that's kind of like the limit of where we want the side of the building to go to. Make an Egyptian-themed hatchery, like a pyramid structure. I have no idea. That would take me some time to figure out, like, how that should even look and what pieces to even use for that. That's something that's going to take time. At the moment, I'm focusing on the din style because I'm kind of getting used to that. Okay, so, actually, I'm just going to put down my... Well, just so I can... So... I think some curve... I want this one to be less square. I kind of like this sort of rounded shape it has going on. So... Let's have a look. Panel... Yeah, I kind of like that. We go 1, 2, 3, 7. Okay, so we'll then have a trim layer going around the edge, and then you have the next floor. And the next floor is the one where we want some space for folks, an upper floor. So let's decide on round texture. Now they used... I don't even know what flooring type that is. Hang on. So here's something else I would suggest you do. If you're building something and you're using a style that's some, of the existing Jurassic Park or Jurassic World style, and you want to know what something is, actually go in and have a look. So these are square floor concrete in this coloration. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this color, Control C to copy it, and then we're going to go into here, and we're going to go into floor, and they said it was concrete. We're going to go into here and we're going to select that and Control V. That gives us the color. There we go. So now we're going to be building in exactly the same. So we're going to put I'm going to leave auto stacking on. What's happened there? This one. Okay. There we are. Right. I think what I want to do is have like the upstairs building. I think I want to sort of, let me draw it out. I'm going to draw it out so I know what I want to do. So this is what I want kind of to look like on the top. I want there to be the upper floor, and then the second floor building is going to be kind of there, and then it will cut across like that, and then you have the hatchery thing in the middle. That's kind of what I want to go for. So do we not have a long piece? Apparently not. So I think we'll need one there, and then yeah. That just gives us an edge. And then we want some new wall pieces. So I think if we're looking at this style, glass frontage. So we'll go with glass. Use shift to bring it up to the level of the floor. And I think I think glass over the door. Maybe... Should we make this, like, really tall, actually? Kind of like that. Okay, back to panel. The game sound design is very good. It's kind of another reason why I use like ranger building for use as a just a judge things, because I quite like just having the little radio noise. So I think we want to have another rounded piece. Ooh. Relax. And then I think what I want is... I want a angle. A diagonal. Do we have diagonals? We do. That's kind of cool. Ugh. That's interesting. Won't let me do that. Okay. Oh. Stop doing that. Okay. Let's stick to using the curved pieces. Curved pieces seem to do what we want. Why are you doing that? Why is this suddenly out of line? How has that happened? Huh. Yeah, working with grid pieces is slightly irritating. Why is it not permitting me to put one in line with that? Okay. So we might have to do... Problem is, if we do that, it's going to make it difficult to get it accurate. So, would like to find a way of really. And this is the unfortunate sort of side of modular building. It's a great idea, but it can be awfully annoying. So they do diagonal wall pieces. Which I could put in there. Or I could put in there and use a trim piece to disguise it. Okay, so where was it? There? No, that's not the same. They're in the wrong place. It fills me with the rational rage that diagonal wall pieces are straight on in the menu, and the regular wall pieces are diagonal in the menu. That is low-key annoying, I agree. That's still not in the same place, is it? Goodness gracious me. Why can I not get this freaking angle correct? Maybe it's better to go with the, like, use the bigger one? Use the top one. There we go. Okay, now they're in the same places. beats me. I'm thinking I want to have slightly lower here. Why are you not giving me... It should automatically give you. Why is it not doing... Why is it not doing that? It should automatically give you it should automatically... I think I want to make sure there's a little bit more room up here than that was saying. I do want it to be lower, but why is it not automatically? I don't like how that's looking so far. So maybe it's best to just let's be a bit easier about it and just go with. Why are you? See, it's elements like this that make modular building annoying, where it just randomly decides to change where it wants to put something. Still want there to be an upper floor, or at least like some flooring here. That would make this the back of the building. Then you have okay. Why do we need another Jurassic movie? Fletcher is right, loving Rebirth. How dare you insult me? Good sir. Honestly, no shade at people who did like Rebirth, but I just thought it was dismal, honestly. Can we have a piece that's... don't have a thin piece? We only have thick pieces. Probably should come. What if we just didn't have the floor go all the way? What if we just had... quite like having a bit of an overhang. Can we go for a slightly bigger overhang? Yeah, I don't dislike that. Then what do we do with that? I think what this is demonstrating is that the hatchery section is awkward. Where's I want to see how they do it on these. So on this one, well, on this one the hatchery section isn't even the same shape. So that's pointless. So this one is the only one that uses the same hatchery section, and theirs is... I see. Kind of going into the building. So actually, for them, the back of the building would actually be inside. Okay. This is an unfortunate part of modular building, is just have to quite often delete stuff and redo it. So this... we actually want it to be... there. I suppose we could do that. Hang on. Idea be brewing. Or rather it would if the flipping diagonal pieces would work properly. What if we just... put all of that in? But then the tops of the posts would stick out the top. When the Lethal Company stream? I don't think we had decided on a Lethal Company stream. And using dinosaurs in war makes sense too. I really don't agree with the whole using dinosaurs in war thing. Just silly. You know what I think the problem is? I think it's this. Let's build the building and then put the hatchery to it. Let's just build the building how we want the building to look. I think the problem I have at the moment is I'm trying to put the hatchery... trying to build the building with the hatchery in it rather than... or build the building with, around the hatchery, as opposed to just build the building how I want it to look and then attach the hatchery. Let's wall probably gonna switch actually instead of panel. We want nope, not that one. Ah. Oh, you bastard. Why doesn't the undo button work for modular building? Can someone explain this to me? Corrugated on the lower end. Who would use dinosaurs in modern? Well, that's partly my point. Like, if you've developed a weapon that points a laser at someone you want to kill, and then you direct the dinosaur to go and kill the dinosaur with the laser that you're pointing at them, you could have just shot them. You know. And a tank would kill a T-Rex in a single shot from about 3 kilometers away. See, I don't want that gap there. The mind is thinking. So they hid. It would be nice to be able to have like the long version. Kind of prefer the long version to the small version. Okay, so they kind of built the surround for it, and then in the middle, these guys use it as the structure. I think we're kind of limited as well by the fact that we have to use the fence snapping point that they provide us. Because if I could, I would move the fence snapping point to right at the gate. But we're limited by having it here. Which means it gets in the way. Or could we make that an element of the building around it? Just trying to think about how I want this to actually work. I'm wondering, maybe we could do like a You know, I don't dislike the idea of having it fully contained. With maybe even a roof over the... Like maybe a roof over the top? I like the idea of actually having a roof over it. Okay. Okay. New plan. Just want to hit the rough layout of the building first, and then we can move on. So not. You can fill that in with trim bits. Still not the right height. These were the right height. The devil. Then we could do this. Maybe stagger this in. 1, 2. We don't want the awful posts to be showing up. You kind of have to have it flat like that. problem is these bloody fence posts. They would have to be up there to not be... I suppose you could hide that with a piece of trim. Okay. And yeah, we could have doors here. Door in this one to lead out onto that. Yeah, okay. I admire your stamina for building buildings. Yes, this will be Din themed. So eventually what we'll do is we'll put in the wooden accents around the front, the windows. We'll do something similar to here. I want to kind of recreate this sort of thing, maybe, somewhere. Maybe at the front. And then the sides we'll have like an outside area running around the top of this. We'll maybe do something down here with these, maybe stagger them, or just put detailing on them. Yeah, so what we need to do is copy what we've done here over here. Did I do it? It was one, then one, and then that, and then two of these. Yep. And then diagonal. Then open. See, it's like stuff like that. Like, why is it in the air? Modular building really is a pain in the arse. Thank you. Right. Me just slamming rocks together like a caveman. I wouldn't. I think you're being unfair to yourself. Your creations on Prehistoric Kingdom were like awesome. Okay, now why won't you stack? Why is you refusing to go in the place where I want you to go? Fine, if you're gonna be a bastard about it, I'll just duplicate you. It duplicated, bitch. Right. Ahaha! Right. Now I feel like we're getting somewhere. What did we do here? We stopped that at that point. And then it was panels. So it was one. Hang on, it was 1, 2, 2 and a bit. 1, 2. Okay, so that one was correct. 2 and a. 2 and a bit. How is that not in the same place? Oh, I know why. It is in the same place. It just looks like it isn't. There we go. Why has this suddenly gone back to the wrong color concrete? And it was one of these, one of these, one of those. There? Yep. And then it was some of these bushes. One there. Simple tessellation. There we have the basic basis of what I think I want the building to look like. This concrete might all become girdering and gantry-way, but for the moment I'm going to leave it at concrete. This hatchery might end up being bigger than the last one, than the existing one. So much for it being smaller. You need to go into therapy, Evo. Aww. Right. The roof. Is corrugated 2, I think. No, oh, it's an actual roofing type. Corrugated 2, and it's the fat stuff. Actually, let's. Got a few little gaps here. Right, now time to do the trim. Trim is important for making the buildings look good. And I think I want the trim to be not too hefty. That should do. Ah. Huh. One, two, three, and one, two, three. So why is this? The designs of the panel are not the same on either side. That's frustrating. They're not mirrored properly. God damn. That should roughly be in the same place. It is. Okay. Do they have round ones? They do. Which size of round one do I need? That one is too big. That one is just right. It isn't. I know it is. I'm just going to have to do some moving of things. No worries, Tumbleweed. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by placing things. I'm not doing a very good job of keeping an eye on chat, am I? I apologize. Right. You're making the site be aviary and it's not going quite well. No, Basti, I haven't, but then I haven't really built that much on most of the maps. You're building a glass dome hotel and it has nearly 3,000 parts. Oof. Definitely, like, using the lowest piece count you can is definitely an important part of building in this game. So for trim, they just put upper trims on it, like that. I don't see why I can't use wood though. I like the wood. I think the wood looks better. Now these were wooden posts. These is what I used. Yes. So I think, what if we just have them sort of halfway? Let's start over the door. Now how do we do... the curve? helpful. Ah. Needs to be about there. Might have to duplicate another bit just to fill that gap in. No. Same for here. There we go. I see you move the cursor off the arrow item to click in place. You don't need to do that. I know. I think I'm just used to just kind of got into doing that as habit. Problem is now I want to make sure that I am not using more pieces than I need. That's correct. Duplicate, drag over. Sure it's in the right place. Right, so there's, if I look back on the solar power plant. Oh, the party music is coming from here. So, we have the bottom trim, then the middle trim, which we just created here. So we've got the bottom concrete trim, the middle trim. I also want to put some extra trim lines. So, I'm going to duplicate this bit. And we're going to do the same sort of thing here. The glass frontage. We are going to give the glass some trim. There and there. Then what we're going to do is give them some nice vertical trim. There. I read that as Nedry. Evolution scare gives a nerdy vibe, not Nedry vibes. Hello, Kim, by the way. Okay. What have they used for trim around the upper floor? Oh, they do have some trim around the upper floor. That. What have they done here? They've used little straight column pieces. Okay. It's discovered I can't spell column. Let's just look up straight. Straight trims and panel. Oh, here are the columns. Do they use these and painted them white? Really? I don't think I like that. So I think we're going to stick with the wood. I happen to like the wood. We'll make it a lot lower than the other bit. But we're gonna stick with the wood. I think adding those white columns is completely unnecessary when we've got perfectly adequate wood going on by doing that. These we're gonna have to. Is that? Camera, stay where I want you to be, please. That is by far and without a doubt something they really do need to change, is the way the camera behaves in modular building mode. It could be a right ball ache. It really can. If I put the camera somewhere, I just want the camera to stay somewhere. I happen to like wood. That's what she said. Well, no, I think if it's one, I really like the DFW, the DIN style. You know, the wood paneling. I think it adds a certain. Definitely doesn't change. Okay, that looks a little nicer, I think. Right. I definitely want to do the... I'm actually thinking what we'll do is... I want a kind of big DIN logo in the middle of the window. Right, and then these are the concrete things again. Check what I did here. Straight trim panels. But probably an idea to put the ceiling on. Ah, I need the right color. Poppy color. Roof corrugated 2 slope roof flat roof. And we need to change the color. Lovely. Now, the design of the roof may change. Oh. Fletcher, have you seen Colossal has dropped a video in which they explain that they are bringing back the Dodo and they're using AI? I mean, Colossal says a lot. I'm just going to leave it at that. You know, they say a lot. You didn't add a viewing area to look into the enclosure, you know, to see how the incubating dinosaur is doing. Well, none of them have that, frankly. But this is what this is all for. So this surrounding gantry is literally for that purpose. Was it really panel? I don't remember there being so many. That was... I don't think it was that one. Was it that one? Surely no. Hey. Oh, straight trim panel. Ah, not column, it's trim. Straight trim panel. These. Okay. So you kind of get the gist of what I'm going for here. The building looks kind of questionable. It looks like an airplane. Well, to be honest, all buildings look questionable until you start adding design elements to it. But my first part is always to get the rough shapes down. Now, if I remember correctly, the doorway, room, double door, panel in black, and those panels. Have a different shape. We'll go with the bog standard. Oh. I don't know what you guys are on, but I see a box. I'm going to continue my tendency of using blue. A bigger building. I'm going to double up on the blue. And then again we'll put in trim in the front. Ah, no. Didn't want to stick it then. And I think we'll do the same just before it hits. Just do a double one there. Okay. It's kind of bugged me that I can see that was really. I can't imagine doing some of these movements on a console because it's the level of finesse. It's just gonna be a lot for the average joystick, as it were. That's still not in the right place. Better. Ah, now we're up to using the trim to disguise the gap. Gonna be perfect. What if instead of using trim, something this is? That would work. I don't dislike how that looks either. Playing a game like this on console must be a nightmare. I agree. I don't know how people are doing it. Like, I reckon girders could do it. Why did... I reckon girders could do this. They need to be a little bigger. We, like, lower them slightly. Have them there. I have to find something to fill the little gaps with. I don't dislike that. I mean, these panels will probably be switched to this corrugated stuff anyway. Or maybe wood. I think I want to have another layer of trim. That will give us somewhere to put some stuff. That looks a little bit better, I think. Tumbleweed. So the way I do the buildings is I do the rough shapes first and the trim to get the rough building sorted. And then all the stuff like the air conditioning and the extra bits, that's all the last thing. So the first thing is to get the actual building shape figured out. Do they do circular panel? I think I need something like that. There we go. Ooh. I think you should add just a few windows to give more texture. Well, like... there will be windows, don't worry. Or do you mean like big glass panels? I mean, I'm thinking of making the side pieces glass panels. At least on the ground floor, maybe? Doing something like what they've got here. Maybe, let's replace the curved bits with curved glass instead. That looks a lot better. I much prefer the glass sides, I have to say. Use slightly thinner trim on the sides. I think that looks better. Now it looks like an elementary school. Maybe. So, I want to kind of replicate this thing that they have going on here. Over here. Maybe actually more like something like this. So that's like... yeah. How does it look over here? Oh, they're under the water. Okay, we've got... Okay. And they got some against the wall as well, but I'm not going to do the ones against the wall since you've already got the wood trim there. What are these things? What are straight post metal? post. Straight post metal, there they are. I think they've had their colour switch. I think like the din. So if I look at these are not the same colour as that grey. Copy. Huh, okay then. Thought they were not the same colour, but they apparently are. So they had theirs angled slightly, didn't they? Angle hours 15 degrees. We can't do anything less than that. Duplicate it on the other side. Ah. Probably makes sense to just build one of them and then repeat it, actually. I think that needs to be a little bit. That wasn't quite in line with the other one. It's not exactly the same, but it's a similar sort of style. So that's all we're aiming for. A similar sort of style. Actually, what I want to do is actually grab this now and duplicate this. And then if we rotate it, we can then do is kind of use it as entrance trim. Right. And I'm thinking this area up here can just be it might change the roof to gravel instead of wood. And then what I might do is put a statue or something. Or some signage that just says, you know, Hatcher. Yeah, let's swap that for we could put grass up here. Actually. I like that, and then we can have the statue or the wording on that. Yeah, I like that. Okay. I want to create something like that down sides. Oh, idiot. Isn't it like that? So... and then have like that along the side. So we have like two areas like this, and then we can extend like a flat roof on top. We could even have the gantry continue along, actually. Thank you, Chad. And thank you, Tumbleweed. Yeah, what I'm actually thinking is, instead of... why is it that you can't use this delete when in editing building mode? That bugs me. Gantry metal? Oh, the metal gantry is not on grid. Ah. That is going to make it slightly harder to build. But it does have the side trim. And they don't come in triangles. But they do come in, I guess. And then what we can do is we can have this extend this. That can form. That can form the top bit of this that we put up there. Actually don't want it that wide though. I think actually we'll just leave it at 1. We'll just have obviously we need to raise these up. Or do we just... I don't dislike that. I actually think that looks pretty good. Hello, Vivi. Nvidia, I hate you. Are you having problems with Nvidia graphics card for your JWE3? Yeah, Prehistoric Kingdom stretch tool would be so helpful. I really miss having a stretch tool. Oh, you use cloud gaming. Ah. I know what I need to do now, because I have to go here. Ah, I didn't spot that. I need to shift these slightly. I don't mind. A mirroring tool as well would be really nice to have, so that you could do stuff like this a bit more easily. There we go. Okay, so it's starting to come together a bit more now. I think we're getting the general gist of what I want this to look like in here. We are going to have to figure out what to do about the insides of this. But then given we are planning to put a roof on top, maybe I don't need to think about that. I do need to figure out what to do about these corners. Do we have any? We do. These needed to be expanded and I don't like how much it sticks out. So, going to just alter some positions. That we altered to a little bit. See, it's it's when stuff like that happens. Oh. Ah. There we go. Ah, now, how do we do the angle pieces? So I'm guessing there are no angled girders. Straights, and straights. Gonna have to do it ourselves. Yes, we won't make that. Have you ever played Planet Coaster? So, I did play Planet Coaster 1 back in when it came out, I think. I did find the modular building system back then very daunting, but then I was a bit younger. I definitely think that a system like this is not, shall we say, kid-friendly. I think children would get very frustrated too easily. I do also think that adults would get frustrated with this because there are some hotkeys and stuff that would really help that are not included. Buggeration. No, I don't dislike having another double up there. Gives us a good, definite. I'm actually surprised I'm as far along with this as I am. It took me 5 hours to build the solar power plant. I actually really quite like that. Okay. Now I need to think about what's going on in there. That being said, I wanted to put a roof on. So there was... Is it just in the roofs? Yeah, I wanted to put one of these on. And I'm thinking... how much bigger can this get? Ah. I don't know, actually. I don't like the roof. Unless I build my own one. But then I don't really think we have any... I wouldn't want a canvas roof. I wouldn't want a copper roof or corrugated. If I was going to do a roof, I really would want it to be glass. But actually, I think we won't have a roof. I think I'm happy without the roof. But I have to decide what to do about this internal view in there. Maybe we could just, Ooh. Hang on a minute. What if we just... walled it in with wood? I actually don't dislike that. And then we would have like a wood interior to it. What about the window in the front to look into the paddock? Well, we'll obviously in the back we'll do something in the back similar to what they've got here. Maybe like putting a mock door or something that just comes up above the tree line. Well, what I'm thinking is actually just put in like a complete wood surround, which just if we have it a level under there. Now, I think we could get away with that. And then again, we could just use some diagonals. Ah. You see, I don't mind that. That piece of wiring is fine. We can leave that where it is. I'm actually quite happy with how that looks. I mean, what we could do behind these sections where you have the bars, I can put windows in, so it looks like it looks like there would be a viewing window in these sections where there's wiring, and the wiring is just there to, you know, stop the animals getting too close to the window. I can't see where this is. Ah! Probably should have done that bit to begin with. There we go. Now we have a little bit of colour in there as well, which is nice. Bye-bye, Chad. Right. This is looking more like something that I think is pretty good. Now, we kind of need a door, don't we? I wonder what. Oh, I see. These are separate pieces. Look at that. Lagoon awning piece. Okay. What about this one then? These are just straight columns with... Right. I do notice all the hatcheries have a thing on the roof, I've just realized. But I'm going to leave the top of our roof without one. I don't think that's necessary. I mean, I know what the idea of that is. It's like, oh, it's a door, so you open it and things drop down. But it's never actually ever used like that. So I'm not going to bother with that lot on the top. But building a gate is going to be tricky. Okay, what I think I want to do is... I want something down here to give me a kind of edge. Actually, it probably makes sense for it to be... girdering instead. Have it meet. Right. What was that? Goon. It was a goon. Ah. What did they then do? They added like an extra layer of concrete above. I don't think that's necessary. One, two, three, and it's 3 and a little bit squares. You need to make a door. What did they use for this one? Oh, these are actually straight wall pieces. They're just... Okay. So if we just... switch the color to what? Dim blue? And then maybe if we made these... bring them in slightly. You know, considering you can't see it, just the difference in colour I think is enough to give the impression there's a door there. So I think that's satisfactory as much as that goes. Right. We've got a nice upper floor here. We need to put some gantry around it. So this is going to basically be similar to this. Where we have the yellow gantry railings around the edge. Although I do think I want to... No. Maybe the corner piece instead. The JP3 plane is still on the Isla Sorna map, yes. Do the same over here. Advance, move, duplicate, move. These ends, I want them to be fire escapes. They use the blue din up here. But these ends will have fire escape ladders. Now the big question is this paneling here. Starting there. I'm going to select all this because do we just change it to in blue? I dislike that. It's a bit boring. Din orange? The din orange is a bit ghastly. We just make it black. The black's a bit imperial. I did like the dim blue. I thought the dim blue was nice. But I don't think in the panels. I think... Let's just... I wish there was like a replace function. Right, let's just... If we delete this section here... What if we used the corrugated... See, I really like this copper. I think the copper looks so nice. What does that look like in the blue? Ah, you can't change the color of the copper. The copper has to say copper color. Okay, so we won't use the copper. I do want to use the copper for something else, though. What's happened here? Why are these suddenly all grayed out? What's happened there? I don't know what's happened there. A momentary bug, I think, perhaps. I'm thinking, what if we use the metal instead? Not corrugated 2, corrugated 1. Right, what does this look like in... What about the din orange? Oh god, it still looks ghastly in din orange. But in the blue... You know, I kind of just think it's fine in grey. I know it's boring, but what other types of wood paneling? I don't think wood. Not if we... Well, maybe we could use wood. What do I think of JWE3? It's too early for me to tell. I want to have it for a good 2 weeks before I, do a review and everything else. But at the moment, I think there is a lot of stuff it does well, but it needs a lot of quality of life work. It needs a lot of updates. There are some things it does that I just think are very annoying. Just a solid metal, says Ingia. I don't think there is just solid metal. Well, there is something like that, which is different panel. And that we could... That we can have 2 colors on. Ooh. That's interesting. Glass around the entirety of the back of the lagoon. Back of the hatchery even. What if we just change the panel color to... What if we just made the panels black? I actually think that's nice enough. Maybe we could change these ones to the dim blue, either side of the door, and then have these as all black. Oh, you just keep the color I'm telling you to be, you. Put a piece of trim in to disguise the edge. Same there, put a piece of trim in. I may carry on for like another half an hour because I'd like to get most of this done so you guys can see sort of how it will generally look before I go on to detail it. I could put some windows in these side walls just to make them look a little less heavy. What's happened here? Did I not duplicate? Mistake. What do people think? I think that looks fine. I'm happy with how that looks. I need to put a trim layer in down there. I'm thinking we duplicate some girders. Rotate them to give a nice edge. Then we rotate them to give a nice flat edge. Nah. No, that didn't work. So let's go with the wood instead. That's okay. Then here. It looks obviously a bit more built up than the others, but I quite like that. I think the fact it looks a bit chunkier around the outside, I think I prefer. I kind of want to do something like this. Have, maybe have concrete pillaring, like down every so often. That might actually look better than the wood. We have something a little higher than that. Why did they give you perfectly usable things, but none of them are tall enough? Okay. And then what if we just got like a normal concrete one? Maybe have it stick out a little bit. I don't actually like that. Hello, Ark. I actually think maybe just putting some... How about putting just a line of girdering in? I don't like that either. I don't know about this black. I don't like the fact it's all one colour. I think I want a piece of trim around the middle. I'm just not sure what to do in trim-wise. Anyway. Let's actually get this labelled up a bit. So I'm going to stick to what I did on there. So have the DIN logo on this side. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. And we're going to put it relatively up. And we're going to want the DIN logo as well. I went with that one. We are going to make it a little bit bigger. Not much, just a smidge. Now here I put what it was on this side, but since we're going to probably put it in signage on top of here, I'm not going to do that. I think I can't remember which one I went with for that. Looks like it was the basic font. Electrolyze. Right, and I'm going to use this line here. H. A. It would be nice to have like some of these pieces split apart, so you could just have like the raptor, or just have the weld, like the globe shape. I'm happy with that as it is. I would quite like some of these next to it, but I don't think I want them that big. on. Maybe we should do... How small can these be made? Not very! Okay, maybe not that, but definitely one of those modern art sculptures. And I think we'll go with that one. That's actually a lot bigger than I thought it was. I want it to shrink just a little bit more. Hello, Eva. Maybe that one is just... Maybe that one is the wrong one to go with. Maybe we should just go with the Rexy boy. That one, I think... That one, I think, shrinks to a more accessible size. I don't dislike that. I think that one. I think that looks pretty good. Put some backlighting up on that, and it'll be fine. Yes, Evo, it's coming along. We're on to like the design elements now. I think. For this, for these side pieces, I think we'll just amp it. We just change that to din yellow. I think that will do. I think if we just have some yellow. Just some edging. Just some edging, yes. I definitely think this is better than using wood to edge it. I think this orange looks better. Mother. Yeah. That's basically ready for detailing now. Basically, you know, putting on all the air conditioning stuff. I might try to recreate something like this. Although, to be honest, what I might just do... Which of the two do I prefer? How complicated is this? Oh, it's... Why have they used... Oh, this is so badly designed. There's just a million pieces here and there doesn't need to be. Oh, I'm not going to copy paste that across. Goodness me. I might try to create my own version of that on the roof. I'm not sure yet. I like having the roof clear, and I don't think this serves much of a purpose on the roof of these buildings anyway. But yeah, final detailing means like putting on the air conditioning, putting on the windows, the CCTV, signage, decals, the railings, the fire escapes here. No. This one might actually end up being larger than the base game version, which is a bit annoying. So the whole point was me trying to make something that was a little more compact, and I think I've made something that's actually probably about the same size. But, oh well. Oh, I put this in the wrong place. I need to continue the trimming around the edge of the hatchery along the ground. Ah, someone mentioned these guys. How many pieces do people think it's going to turn out to have been so far? Let's have a little game before I head off. Estimation on piece count. for interest's sake, my solar power plant is, I think, somewhere in the region of 508 pieces. Okay? So, guess. 783, says Evo. It's over 9,000. Nice reference, Brenson. 675, 439. I'm going to give... any more guesses? $533 so far, so that makes... oh, I think that makes Basti and King Giga actually slightly close to it. But yeah, Evo, I think once I'm done detailing, I think this will be well over 700, probably closer to 800, I should think. But I think it's, you know, if I put another din structure next to it, like, the only thing I'm not doing is using this brick, because I don't like this brick. I think that's not very, I think that's gnarly. I think the paneling is nicer. And I think it's just... I think next to each other, they look reasonably the same. Yeah, this one has a bit more going on with like the columns and stuff going around the roofing, but I think this sort of style is perfectly adequate as well. I think my Lagoon platform is in the thousands. Jesus. I am curious to see like how big you could build something before the game starts throwing a hissy fit. It's just because it's big, it's not detailed. I mean, how big is mine compared to... oh, so mine's actually going to have a bigger outside footprint, but that's because I want to put some, like, flower arrangements and stuff outside to match the style. But it's... I would say mine is in width more or less the same, and in length, again, more or less the same. So we haven't built something smaller, unfortunately. In terms of everything, it's almost identical. Maybe it's a little thinner and a little shorter, but not by much. I might scuff off a little bit of the side concrete just to preserve a little bit of space. Yeah, because this is only one width side, so I might reduce it to 2 on the sides. But yeah, I'm going to get on to detailing this now. And as soon as it's done, I shall share pictures, and it shall go up on... share a short as well, perhaps, and it shall go up on the workshop. Pieces really add up quickly, damn. They do. They really do. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I do hope... where's the other thing that we built? Now, I really like this. I really love this little fountain that we did. I'm quite proud of that, especially with the... you know, the grabbing amber thing we have going on here. I quite like this. So I hope you folks have fun using that in your own parks. It's on the workshop. We'll see what people make of it. And yeah, soon enough to be followed by this Din hatchery. Once I've put all the railings and stuff in. This is going to be a heck of a job. Anyway, thank you everyone for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow for some campaign playthrough. And yeah, I'll see you all then. So until then, have fun, enjoy the rest of your days, stay safe, and good night.